and we'll get a little bit hard to see, but we'll get something up on paper here as well. Glad to see some people here today. I thought everyone would be a little bit coming in late or going shopping this morning before. Perfect. Oh no, put the. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone feeling? Everyone ready for 3 more hours? Yes, after last night. Great. Thanks for being here. We have 3 more hours and then a closing and then shopping, yeah? I think everyone wants to do some shopping as well. So I introduced myself before, but I'll introduce myself again. My name's Michael Victor. I'm the head of communications and knowledge management at ILRI. And today we're really happy to bring you home in this last session to talk about innovation and knowledge drivers of change affecting livestock systems. And I think that's really important because we've done a lot of work over the last couple of days looking at the drivers and the impacts and the solutions. But now how can we talk about innovations? This session will look both at innovations and technologies that are impacting or driving change in the livestock sector, as well as how we can use innovation to tackle the challenges, as well as the many challenges and drivers that were discussed throughout the last 4 days. So we're really going to look at what is innovation and how can we use that to harness the potential of livestock in the world. We know that innovations, we can innovate, but we can also be affected or impacted by innovations, both positive and both negative. We've seen how innovation and technology can be both an opportunity and a threat. Yesterday, we talked a lot about change and how we all need to change, and we constantly need to change. And to change, we need to innovate. And without innovation, we will be left behind. So I think that's really important to think about. And what does innovation mean? So innovation solutions might result in new technologies, but new technology doesn't equal innovation. I think innovation, as we kind of often know, can be institutional, it can be a process. Sometimes it's very intangible, but it can happen at looking at different parts of a value chain. It can be bringing in new technologies, but it's doing things in different ways as opposed to just introducing a technology. And I think, from what I've seen oftentimes, innovation is taking things that exist and putting them together in a different way. And we've seen kind of like Einstein once said that innovation, creativity is seeing what everyone sees, but thinking and doing something different. And I think that's the important thing, that there's technologies and solutions out there, but they're often not used. Why aren't they used? Because maybe they aren't assembled or put together in the right way or with the right institutional incentives or the right infrastructure or the right markets. So with that, before we start and introduce the first kind of presentation, we're going to have a Menti just to kind of get everyone started and to see what innovation means to you. Is it not working? So the first Menti question. Okay. Just give an example of innovation in the livestock sector. And again, the Menti number is 6574-8189. You can go to mentimeter.com. Just think about an innovation that you've seen in the livestock sector. Artificial insemination is a big one, yeah. Use the Menti, please. Robotic feeding equipment. Okay, again, a lot of technology around here. Interesting, a lot about genetics here, a lot about improving breeding. What about the markets? Anything in the markets? So, tannin in feed, autonomous tractors, mechanization, milking machines, feed additives. Sex-sorted semen. Great, so a couple are coming up. Okay. Great. No, sorry. Just. Oh. Go to all items. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay, great. So a lot here that we see. Really looking a little bit about damage management, but a lot civil pastoral, that's an approach. Okay, good. So it's not just about a technology, but it could be about approaches, it could be about management practices. It's bringing those things together. So this is good, just to get people to start to think about what is innovation. And with that, I think we're going to go to the kind of keynote presentation today, this morning. Regional perspectives on innovation and now drivers of change affecting livestock systems. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Atawit Kovit Vadi, who's an associate professor from Kasetsart University. Please.
But anyway, the technique to get the circular economy is really easy. You just go you some in cycle of industry or anything that you have, find something that is byproduct or something that you don't use, and upcycling them. You use them like to sell more higher price or higher benefit. So that means you can upcycling the byproduct to get more benefits, so you can make the circular economy. Behavioral change is very important because if I do something and the people did not concern, they don't use our product, of course. So that my behavior of the people is really important. The last one is global collaboration. This one is really important, and I think why we come together today. Because somehow, okay, I work with the insect in Thailand. I can make a talk with my professor in Italy or in any place to share, update the knowledge currently, and we improve very fast. So that means it's our advantage on this day to exchange knowledge and improve very fast. One of my story I will tell you, I'm not sure, I think you know this insect species anyway. You can search internet, and a lot of people use as a sustainable protein source for livestock and also many animals. This is my roadmap. I am just a teacher in university. I just go one day for presentation, and I found two young people here. They are founder of this product. They just talk to me and we sharing our knowledge. Because of course I work in university, I don't know the market, I don't know how to sell it, I just have a researcher. But when we combine together, we start work together. After that, we need the money for investment. So we go like, like the television show like Shark Tank or something like that to get some money, and we ask them. And they shape us to know how we could be the good startup. And after that, we have an angel like this one, a big company in Thailand, TUF, they export the product of the tuna out of Thailand a lot, and they investment on our projects. So that means we have a big player to work on it. After that, they have a lot of connection. We collect the, the food waste around the Bangkok area and to feed our black soldier fly. After that, we make the product on the dogs. The first one we make with the dogs because, we wait for regulation in livestock, but the dog now the trend is coming, the pet food. So that's why we jump out to this one, and next year we will have a next product. So that means all of this process is take a time, of course, and investment and waste a lot of time. But anyway, it's a process that is possible to be. That I make some research, I solve some result, but it can use in reality. This one is a little bit secret. It's just out of things. In the black soldier fly, they have one thing we call antimicrobial peptide. And of course, normally in poultry production, we don't use antibiotics anymore, but they have some disease. And we found that we can have a knowledge to extract this antimicrobial peptide, and you can use along of production. So that means we found that on the right picture, we found that in the salmonella, the right one, we have a least small amount of salmonella, and we infect this thing compared to other groups. So that means, okay, it can be alternative of antibiotics and for prevent the antibiotic resistant bacteria. So that's why every product that we produce on the insect, everybody think we will use only for the protein or something like that, but we mainly focus on some high value products. Can be medicine, can be cosmetic. Let's find that things so you can sell more higher price. And leftover of them, I think everybody know that all byproduct can be used for animal feed. So that's why the idea that we perform on our work. The last slide, I will talk about the really big things. We must to challenge on the real market. It's not easy because we have a lot of competitors and we have some product that just only import from outside Thailand, but we produce in Thailand. So that means it's the real market that we must to fight together. That's why it's really important and how to survive in the real market. But anyway, we have an opportunity. The global technology is really easy to access. Just only search in the internet or you communicate with the right person. You get the knowledge really fast. And the last one, I think the people raise more awareness on our environmental. It's not huge, it's not a lot, but they start better than yesterday. So that means it's our opportunity that we should grab it, and we go on. Okay, thank you very much.
Can you put up my presentation? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hathaway. Perfect. Thank you. Great. I think that was an excellent presentation to kind of warm us up. And I think Dr. Hathaway also brought in a key component of innovation, which is partnerships. Research can't do it alone. He has the research and the ideas, but it's working with partners. It's working with the private sector. It's working with students. It's working with entrepreneurs. So what we're going to do right now is do a little bit of innovation. We've been doing the same thing for the last 3 days, a presentation, a panel discussion, but we're going to innovate a little as well. So we're going to have a new way to do the session. All the panelists, when we met yesterday, said, let's do something different. Let's try it another way. Let's try to crowdsource and get people to start talking rather than just listening to us. Do you have it? So what we're going to do today is we're actually going to break up into regional groups, and you'll see on each table around the room, there's different groups. So we have 8 groups for the 8 regions. Great, excellent. Next slide. Oh, I think I have it. Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 2 sessions of breakout groups using the same format or the same kind of structure, but doing it in a different way. So that's innovation, I think. And we're going to talk first about regional innovations and technologies impacting livestock. So, what are some of the big innovations? What are some of the big technologies? What are the drivers that are impacting livestock? Could be alternative proteins, it could be technologies, whatever is happening in your region. So we're going to have each of the regions talk about that for the first part, and then we'll go to break. We'll report back, and then breakout session 2. We'll start to identify other solutions and actions from our regions based upon those drivers. Again, we'll report back, and then we'll do a little bit of sense making. And then we'll have some final remarks from Shirley at the end of the day. So this is a much more participatory session. We really want to get everyone involved and hear from everybody. Okay? So we have the 8 regions. You'll go to the region where you're from, okay? Or where you're working. So we have the 8 regions. We'd also like the panelists who were part of the session today to be the facilitators, or to help to facilitate. So you'll see the people's name here. That's the old one, but sorry, and I know I've spelled some people's names here. This is the old one that didn't get updated, but I think everyone can see their name here, and apologies that I don't get the full names here, okay? So the first session, we're going to ask 2 questions, or basically one question, is what are 3 innovations or technologies in your region driving change, and what is their impact or potential impact on livestock? And start to think about, is that a threat or opportunity? Okay? We'll leave this up here. So, can our facilitators go to their area? Southeast Asia over here. Can we get Fred to come over here? We have the Latin Americans have already gone very quickly. That's great to see. Yeah. Wow, 3 tables. How about Africa? Do we have Sarah or Cynthia? Come on over here to bring the Africa group. So everyone from Africa come over here. Okay. We have Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Okay, great. Oceania has already gotten, it's like they have an island over here. An island of Oceania, great. North America? Excellent. Is Mexico its own region? In the regions for GASL, where does it fit? Huh? Okay. We have Africa. Oh, Africa's over here. Sorry. Oh, we had two of them. Okay. Great. And we have South Asia over here. Oh, already started. Small group. Oh, only one for Central Asia. Do you want to join somewhere else? Yeah. Do you want to go to Central? Yeah. We have plenty of time.
What?
We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hello? The questions are here. Sorry, it's a bit small, but it's what 3 innovations and technologies in your region drive change and their impact or potential impact on livestock, and is it a threat or an opportunity? Okay? So again, this isn't about the solutions or the technologies that you're using. It's about what are the drivers? What are new technologies, new issues that you have to address or deal with? Great. We have a lot of time, so sit down and discuss. We have 40 minutes right now. Okay. Half an hour. Well, it's 9:35 minutes. What?
มีไวรัส
New virus.
เสียบแล้วไม่เห็นอะไรเลย
Oh, ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
แต่ไม่แต่ว่าถ้าเป็นอันเดิมอ่ะ
อ่าฮะ
ใช้ได้ไหม
ใช่ได้ไม่เป็นไรแต่ผมจะส่งอีเมลให้คุณก็ได้
ได้ดีกว่า
โอเคผมจะส่งให้はい
เ
as you start to put together, one person can write down what are the top 3 innovations or technologies in your region driving change. So put them in the Menti just to document those, so we have the top 3 or 4 from your region, okay? If someone, but you can do it later, not right now. You can, you still have 15 minutes, so don't worry. Plenty of time. But once you're ready, you can put them into the Menti. So what are the 3 technologies or innovations driving change in your region? Okay. Well, what are the 3 drivers? Yeah, the technical drivers. So, just summarize it up into the 3. Oh, we have another 15 minutes.
1-5
Yeah, 1-5. We have another, there. Packaging and kitchen technology. Oh, okay.
If we submit, do we get another frame or it's finished then?
because there's not enough space to.
You can submit multiple responses.
Okay, so
So when we
You can do
submit
one.
it, we get
we can do
another
one
frame.
and
You
then
can
we
do
can.
another one. So, yeah, or you can do it like that as long as you only have 24. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have.
Yeah, so if you want to just do it, you can submit multiple ones.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And
So-
just put your, put like West Africa, sorry, West Europe.
Thank you.
Yeah, just when you start to put into Menti, just put in Oceania, so we see that as well. Okay.
That might need to be.
When you put in your 3 big drivers, just put in North America as well, so we know, and you can submit multiple times. When you use the Menti, and for the 3 or 4 if you have, just prioritize and then just put Africa as well in front, so we know where it comes from. And you can submit multiple times, so one at a time. When you guys submit
Let's talk about it. Let's
in the
put
Menti, just put Eastern Europe or Central Europe, and then you can submit multiple times. So one submission for one driver per submission.
I can ask you to fix my spelling of my name.
Or did I spell it wrong again? Yeah.
Very, very wrong.
Yeah.
It should be like this.
Oh, I said this right. Okay, I'll fix it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. When you guys submit the Menti, just remember to put South Asia. Yeah, like put in the three main ones. What?
We have to put it there, is it?
Yeah, put it into the Menti. You can use it the computer as well. So, but put the three main drivers and then have someone who's going to present it back very quickly. Okay. But remember to put South Asia so we know where it comes from. Yeah, we have plenty of time. We have another 10 minutes. A good time for you guys to talk about these things. When you get the three, remember to put Latin America so we know where it's from. Yeah, but we have 10 more minutes. Okay, with 10 more minutes, so we have plenty of time. Can we see if someone's typed on the Menti?
So, well noted on the paper. I can later type it.
Yeah, type it in. That's fine. Yeah, just write on the paper. But then remember to put Southeast Asia. That's right. Oh, nice. Yeah. About 5 more minutes. Yeah. 5 minutes. Five more minutes, and then put it into the Menti, and then you can have your coffee. Yeah.
What is the same one?
It's the same one that we just
Yeah,
used.
the same one, but I forgot as well. Ya viene en What is the code?
657.
Okay, no, I got it.
Okay, start to finish up and put them into the Menti. And once that's done, you can go to break and we'll come back at 10:30. Okay, so start to finish up and put your answers into the Menti. And we'll come back and do a quick report back. get them. Okay, everybody, let's go to break and write up your answers into the Menti. It's great to see everyone talking and going, but please go to break. Okay, please take a break. We'll come back. We have another round, so you still have time to talk and discuss, okay?
Bien, bien. Tenemos que hablar ante él. Tengo un par de ideas que quiero conversar con vos y con él.
Porque não faz sentido vocês terem um grupo pequeno. Junta com a gente.
Asma de Deus.
Sabe?
creo que no. No podemos, cuando estamos tratando de hablar,
Okay, let's sit back down. Bo, maybe taman hai kat makun. Okay, please come on in. Oh. Great. Everyone's coming back in. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, can we get everyone to sit down, please? Yeah, it takes a while. Me, do you have another? Me, Mike. You got him? I'm just going to go randomly around. Let's see. Okay, we're going to start off. We're going to go around the world to see what are the big drivers. What have people come up with? We have everything should be on Menti, but we're going to give, and I will be timing. Each group gets 2 minutes to just give their top 3 drivers, and what are the potential impacts or threats and opportunities. And we're not sure if that's to sustainability or to livestock itself. So we have to look at what that means. So we'll hear about that from one group. Can we start here? Cynthia? Africa, okay. Please. Shh. Hands up. There we go. Okay, Cynthia, can we?
Okay, presenting for Africa, mobile technology, we thought that has opened a lot of opportunities around access to credit and capital. It has actually revolutionized access to credit for smallholder livestock keepers, pastoralists, and farmers. Is it money transfer, management, there are many apps available for management, decision making. We heard about a grass app that Grass Pro, which is an app that helps you understand the productivity of grass around you. So there's a lot of opportunities there. And also, it levels the playing field. Everyone can have one, a mobile phone. So it really, it levels the playing field. Let me leave it at that. The other one was solar energy accessibility again, and availability, allowing to charging phones, cold chain, stocking of vaccines, and cold chain storage, solar fridges, again, really changing the game for the livestock sector. We also heard about social media. Positives including can be used for advocacy, early warning alerts, quick access to information, markets availability. Of course, there is the negative side, which is misinformation, making it difficult for advanced technologies like GMOs to penetrate. It conflicts data and science, so we are never sure what's the real, the right science, what information is available. So social media has also had that. And then there is the fourth one, I think, microchips. Really has opened up identification, traceability, surveillance, disease surveillance, so that has also had a very big impact to the field. Those are four.
Excellent. Okay, great. So biotechnology, phones, really interesting stuff here. What about from North America? Again, just really quickly, top 3 or 4.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, in the North America table, we broke it down into kind of 3 general themes with lots of buckets underneath those. So we broke it down to rangeland management. We're seeing, lots of research and innovation into improved grazing, rotational grazing, and circular economy grazing. So like grazing people's crop fields, stubble fields, silvopasture practices, trees that are providing shade, fixing nitrogen, and improving general sustainability of the beef systems, and electric fencing, and market mechanisms. So, solutions that are kind of incorporating biodiversity and ecosystem services into carbon markets. The second bucket that we broke it down to was genetic improvements. So we're seeing genetic selection for, one example that we talked about was genetic selection for altitude sickness in cattle, and then gene editing for emissions reductions, low methane, low carbon beef. Also, plant varieties for improved nutrition and efficiency, and beef on dairy is becoming a big thing in Canada, US, and Mexico now. So improving performance compared to straight dairy, and enhancing the dairy sustainability. Our third bucket is technology, and we talked about traceability and surveillance in Canada for disease prevention, and precision agriculture, talking about variable rate technology and incorporating the practice of right place, right time, right source, right rate, and how that can improve your systems. And lastly, this is a fourth bucket, but we talked about our antimicrobial use and management and respiratory disease innovations. So North America is placing lots of research in this area for lots and lots of years, and lots of it is based just on improving your management systems and being a more responsible and sustainable user. And that's all.
Great. Excellent. Again, interesting. Thank you. Interesting to see a bit more on the approaches and the practices here. We had a little bit more technologies, energy as well from Africa. Okay, let's go to Oceania.
I'll preface this by saying these are 3 ideas that came front of mind in the conversation rather than being prioritized as the top 3. The idea of spatial technology, providing information on everything from pasture and biomass information daily to farmers, to allowing water monitoring in remote large areas, but also the transparency it provides on our management of land for biodiversity, forests, etc. There's also in the Internet of Things tags, these ear tags that allow for remote fencing. They also, animal health and welfare indicators around body temperature, reproductive cycles, etc., all shared through ear tags. It allows some pretty impressive management. And that got us talking about walkover weighing, whereas in some remote systems, we're able to weigh our cattle daily, which gives us a whole range of indicators around animal health, but also performance. And then because we're talking about sustainability and the threats, this push for methane abatement technologies as a collection from everything from vaccines to genetics to feed additives, and where that's rapidly moving both as a demand from markets but also a technology. We did then get stuck into a conversation around some of the challenges that this is becoming in countries like Australia and New Zealand, where a lot of extension and research was typically in the past done by industry for industry. It's now becoming quite a capitalist space. There's a lot of companies trying to make money in this space that is causing a bit of confusion in just how many offerings there are, and it's moving faster and further because of it. But what does that look like for a farmer when choosing which technology to use, which companies to partner with? It's becoming a little more complex, and we've got lack of internet in certain places, and the reliance that therefore leaves farmers on for external providers to manage some of this technology on farm for them as a threat.
Great. Interesting. So again, we're seeing some similarities, some differences, this issue of methane becoming very big as well. Central Asia. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. We have a number of innovations suggestions. First is recognition of pastoralist territories of life as a fundamental element of their livestock systems and as one of the main agents of food security at various levels. Second is using of mobile phones and digital platforms to access information services to improve pastoralist communication and access to technical, financial, and market opportunities. And then using solar-powered water pumps and irrigation systems to provide water for their livestock and increase their productivity, profitability, and resilience. Supporting participatory breeding programs that involve pastoralists in the selection, improvement, and conservation of their local breeds, and promoting the recognition and registration of locally breeds, and developing niche markets and value chain for their products, improving feed storage and maintenance like rice straw, dry bread, wheat crops, quality control tests for food and feed in terms of microtoxins and heavy metals, development of food laws and regulation, focusing on food safety and identification and MRL, maximum residual limit at national level, as well as training course for identification of GMO products and obligatory regulations on labeling GMOs products of livestock systems. And we believe that these innovations or technologies can be seen as both threats and opportunities for pastoralists and mixed small-scale livestock systems and other livestock systems, semi-industrial or industrial in the region. They can be threats if they are not adapted to the local context, needs and preferences of pastoralists, and if they are not accessible or affordable for them, and if they are not accompanied by adequate policies and regulations. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. So kind of an interesting area as well, more on the pastoralist side. Great. Western Europe.
We first had a discussion on threats and opportunity. It depends a lot on the point of view. What can be a threat to the livestock sector can be an opportunity for the planet and environment. So we have not actually listed our responses to threats and opportunities. We have 3 buckets. One is technologies, genomics, robotics, sex semen, and also sex detection in eggs, and individual animal care, as well as lab-grown meat. And also virtual fencing, satellite-controlled virtual fencing is coming up rather quickly. Then practices or changing of consumption patterns. We have absolutely new manure application, drilling in of manure, not spreading it anymore. Plant-based alternative food and drinks, and in Europe, remarkable reduction of AMR use, both for growth promotion and treatment. And we also have external elements. There is an obesity drug, which can probably reduce meat consumption quite dramatically. We have a problem with the return of the large predators in the mountains in various countries, and feed additives to reduce methane. That was our list.
Great. Again, really a lot of diversity here. Much, again, each region, each area has much different issues and drivers here. Okay, we're going to South Asia.
Thank you. Speaking for the Asia team. I think these are not we didn't agree whether these were our top priorities, but certainly these were the ones that came, again, as the previous speaker said, to our mind first. So we start with assisted reproductive technologies, such as sex-sorted semen, embryo transfer. So the region agreed that these were innovations that were seen as opportunities. And I think there was one voice that dissented and said that it was a threat, but generally I think there was agreement that this was that we view this as an opportunity. Then the second one on digital technologies, such as, again, I think this came up with the other groups too, but use of digital technology for surveillance, extension, traceability. Again, there was debate on whether the use of mobile apps itself was an innovation or it was just a means to actually accessing an innovation. So this group, I might add, had very spirited discussion, even on the definition of innovation after some time. Then the third one that we all agreed on was feed technologies, especially TMR, total mixed ration, and then again seeing that as an opportunity for the livestock sector. I think we had a few more. Could you move down? I submitted it. It's there? Anyway, yeah, then the others, if I could just go through it quickly, were thermostable vaccines being seen as an opportunity, again, in terms of livestock sector innovations. Mobile veterinary clinical services was also mentioned by team members in the region as innovations that were transforming the livestock sector. Genomic sampling or sentinel sampling to, again, survey the presence of disease and then to use it more as, I think, a One Health approach to, again, look at public health. Then, yeah, one important one was biogas, which was mentioned earlier, but I think there are many examples in the region of using animal dung and crop residue and recycling it, as we saw on one of our field trips the day before yesterday, was it? Yeah, recycling that. So that's another innovation that was seen as very useful, transformative for the livestock sector. And then I can't do justice to this, but a team member might speak up, but there was also mention of financial innovation, but I think I won't be good at explaining it. So would you like to?
No, it's how do you take money that can come from different sources, private sector, government, multilaterals, etc., but that pooled money can be used for funding innovation, which itself is an innovation, where in India we have a couple of examples, Animal Health Infrastructure Fund and entrepreneurship development programs that my colleague here is involved in dairy. So essentially, how do you use financial instruments to get the outcome that you need? It by itself is an innovation, and it's agnostic to any specific area, whether it is breeding or health or whatnot, but by itself can be an engine of promoting innovation.
Great. Yeah, I mean, that's really a nice new one. Anything else? No. Okay, great. And then that's a nice new addition. We hadn't heard financial innovation yet either, so I think that's something to think about. Thank you. Let's go over to Eastern Europe.
Actually, it's Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I guess it's really strange that we have this division. It's very confusing. So yeah, Eastern Europe and Central Asia.
Yeah.
Caucasus. Can we move for our post-it on the screen? I believe we should have two. Eastern Europe sticker somewhere.
Do you see it? Yeah?
No, I mean, there was Eastern Europe. It's starting with the Eastern Europe, the sticker. We lost it. Oh no. Yes, over there.
There it is.
Yeah. Our top three technological drivers, it was, I guess, as for every other region, it was very hard to find the common ones because it's so diverse and the systems are so diverse. But our top three are assisted reproduction technology, so artificial insemination, largely for the industrial type of animal farming, but also there is a tendency for the smallholders also to use this technology, in some countries more and some less, but yeah, the general tendency is there. Yeah, and part of it, I believe, also genetic improvement. Then there is a change in the feeding practices for the animal farms. And a third driver is improved access to the mobile internet. Again, it developed a lot during the last couple of years. It was a challenge. I mean, in some countries, it's still a challenge in the rural areas. So that's what happened in many of our countries. And it improved a lot the access to the information, but in general to the digitalization of the sector. And we also have another group of emerging drivers. So there were two, I guess. One is related to the development of the bioenergy. So the biogas is becoming, sort of a startup level, so there is a growing interest to the bioenergy and the improved practices for the manure management, and as well the animal welfare. There are some introduction of the methods to evaluate the animals' welfare.
Great.
But it's not the drivers yet, but emerging one.
Right. Okay, excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. Excellent. Let's go over to Latin America. Who's going to give a quick presentation? Who do we have?
Okay, thank you. So we have a lot of discussions, and we try to focus mainly on the technologies that we think similarly change the production system in all Latin American countries, and one of them is forage production and management technologies. We are seeing a lot of research and innovation and applications of new schemes of grazing management, the incorporation of silage and the incorporation of silvopastoral systems. We also are seeing a lot of improvement in animal breeding and genetics, so that enhances the production potential of the cattle, sheep, and goats in the whole continent. We also discuss about the institution innovation, because we are seeing a lot of collaboration initiatives between countries and within countries to develop collaborative networks with farmers and institutions, and a lot of financial support to promote the adoption of new technologies. And we think that that is a great achievement for the region. The other one is that we are seeing the birth of new value chains focused on low carbon production systems. Although they are in, let's say, its infancy, we think that they are going to grow, give us access to new markets and incentivize the adoption of new technologies. I didn't mention that one. Yes, traceability and data management.
Oh, traceability. Yeah.
That's another innovation.
Right. Okay, great. Again, a lot of things coming in. I like a new one here was institutional innovation. Again, that's an important part of things. Great. Final group. You going, Fred? There you go.
Yeah, we actually, I think the biggest group, and we had, so therefore we have a lot of points and a lot of discussions. We structured a bit around the main issues of feeding, breeding, animal health, food safety, and the last one was, what was it? Organic farming, yeah. Related to feeding and, let's say, greenhouse gas emission reduction, there was innovation improvement of rice straw in Southeast Asia. Of course, there is a big environmental health impact here in the Mekong region. And solutions were stated. The driver would be, of course, the existing environmental impact and as well. These studies have been already piloted in the region, yeah, but of course it's still a way to go as they have not really scaled. But the technology is there, and it needs to be further followed up. The second one was feed processing, balancing nutritional values of diets, and that was mentioned by China. When it comes to, in a wider sense, feed supplements as well, protein source, black soldier flies, I think that has been stated outside. There is a poster on that one to reduce soya bean, and the driver would be also high input prices for feeding, and how you actually can do that, demonstration farms, training, and the impact is not yet there, is still on the research phase. Related to animal health, we talked about combining lab capacity for better diagnostics, particularly in the resource limit environment. What else? Use of ICT, I think it has been mentioned already here. And there are examples, of course, from Thailand, the PODD project, which has been scaled, I think, to different provinces already. And the drivers here, basically the limited capacity of the vet services and the pressure from the emerging infectious diseases, and to simply come to a better response through the vet systems and provision of services for the farmers. Related to breeding, that has been stated already, artificial insemination, we had a lot of discussion on that. Of course, that is not a new technology, but it's still a challenge for most of the countries. As for some of the countries, it's a challenge in Laos, but also in Vietnam in the rural areas. And the way forward would be a training, improved services, better capacity, but of course the issues here are related to infrastructure, capacity. For instance, in Laos, liquid nitrogen is not really permanently available. A threat could be the higher costs, yeah. So I think that's also there are a lot of things for and a lot of things against, but there's a strong demand by farmers, so that will be probably the strongest driver, and higher productivity as well. Food processing, food safety, we discussed various technologies, low-cost interventions in the food safety sector. The stage is here impact, and of course the main driver is here consumer, but also I think the governments, they want to be sure that the food is safe. And as I say, technologies are there and they're on the scaling. In certain countries they will be currently scaled. We had something on breeding, missed to mention that, related to introduction of chicken breeds, more productive chicken breeds, and introducing of selection of better chicken breeding in the farms, particularly in small-scale, medium-scale farms, and that is done in Cambodia and in Vietnam. The drivers, of course, here, the main driver is higher productivity, better breeding performance, and actually also the private sector is supporting this. And there's the last one related to the wide topic of organic farming. We had here some suggestions, phytonutrients, probiotic to improve egg production or milk quality, or probiotic to improve pig fattening and reduce the amount of antimicrobial used. The key drivers are here, strong consumer demand for antimicrobial reduced or antimicrobial-free pig production or chicken production. For the farmers, it would be at least not less productivity, but equal productivity. At the end of the day, higher sales. And of course, also it was mentioned that the private sector has a strong interest to work on this technology with research institutes.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Southeast Asia. And again, very different region, a lot of kind of green agriculture driving change as well, which was interesting to hear. Perfect. So again, there was a lot of, that was really diverse. We see a lot of similarities. We saw a lot about genetics, of course. Energy came up a couple of times, different types of new energy. Technologies, of course, all this spatial technology in terms of tagging and verification and things like that. And there was a lot of approaches, different types of approaches to grazing, rangelands management. And then some other ones that came out that people should be thinking about: institutional innovation or financial innovation. We had some food safety, food processing here, so innovations that are really driving change. That's great. So in our second section now, did you want to raise your hand? I saw your, no, okay. So in our second section, again, just two questions, and we can write them on the Menti again. They're a bit separate, but from your, from what you've heard and what you've seen over the last 2 days, we're also trying to think how we can sum things up. What innovations can be harnessed to solve some of the challenges we've heard in the throughout the last 4 days in your region. So we've heard a lot. We've heard a lot of things over the last 4 days. But in your region, and you've actually seen some of the drivers of change, what types of innovations, what solutions and actions, can be harnessed to solve and address some of the issues that we've heard the last 4 days, particularly in your region, okay? So let's try to get like 3 or 4 solutions or innovations that can help solve the problems. And then also, if you have some time, the second question is, what innovation could GASL do to be more effective at the global level or in your region? So one or two kind of suggestions or actions around GASL, and how can it harness innovation to be a bit more effective, and a bit either at the regional level or at the global level, okay? So we're going to do this. We have about a half an hour. Is that all right? A half an hour, and then we'll do a quick report back again. We'll also have the Menti up, so you can put that in there as well. Okay? Off you go. 2 more questions. Again, trying to sum up. We're also trying to distill all we've heard and learned today over the last 4 days. Yeah, please keep the questions on the screen for a couple minutes. There you go. Okay.
Okay. Gee, you will take directly. Okay, can I have your attention?
Okay, about 15 more minutes. Remember, we have 2 questions. Questions around, the solutions that can address the drivers, particularly in your region. And then the second question is, how can we use innovation to further GASL in your region or in the globe? 15 more minutes.
I know Ian said I was involved, but what I did was when they first reached out, we had a conversation and insisted, we want to be part of this because we want this balance, and they were all nice about it. And then we put Dolapo as a contributor and Isabel as a reviewer.
Yeah. And it didn't seem like any of her comments or the acknowledgement, and so that's, that now it's like when you publish this.
So the only option we have, if they're not paying any attention to anything we said, is to take their names off and our logo is not there.
Yeah.
Whatever. But are they, Isabel and Dolapo, going to follow up along those lines?
Well, that's the...
What was it? Was a little bit...
It sounded like what Ian said, because that's what I had said, is let us know what you think, and if you feel that it's been they're not going to address your comments because it's so late in the day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We just take ourselves out of it. We can deal with it like that, but we don't want to.
But I remember this came up 6 or 7 months ago.
Long time.
No. 6 or 7 months ago when the same issue came up.
Oh.
The draft didn't incorporate it.
I don't know if I saw it.
I remember this coming up.
Had you spoken to Dan about it?
Not yet.
Maybe it's worth touching base with him in the sense of, so that we know the channel to go through. If Dolapo and
that's a good, because I was going to say, it was a little bit like the reason I didn't jump to Dan's, he doesn't do publishing.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But you're right, I like that approach. I would say to him, who should I go
what's the channel to fix this? And it's either fixing it through hold on, put these comments in there, or fixing it, take us out of it. There's two options.
Yeah, no, but that's who we would like.
But we need Dolapo and Isabel need to be the first steps to say, you guys haven't done this. What's your answer?
And even Ian.
Plain measure. A little bit of sleep.
Do that, you know,
Make this South Asia thing for that. Anthony sent some slides, but they're not all good.
you have to.
Huh?
You have to.
I think there's all this unified governance review thing.
Yeah, you know, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's just like.
It's like, we're going to do this by the end of the year. Anyway, but this session, you know, I was just saying to Lavinia, it's like, we did this for every session last year, and then everybody complained. So, yeah. Now they did, so I said, okay, it's clear that we can, actually what we have to do is mix it up.
So people didn't like
Yeah. So, I mean, it's obvious you've got 200 people in it, not everybody's going to like the same thing. So I think we have to do two things. One is we mix up the way that we handle each topic we're addressing somehow. Some can be like we did panel this, some can be like that. But the other thing is I'm thinking, because we'll have a discussion, that rather than filling the week every session like we did, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have a couple of sessions that really get the issues out and what needs to happen and so on. And we leave some space to say, okay, this is what we heard, so let's work on it. Let's, so that we don't, because like this we filled everything up. Yeah. And the actions and the steps, we're just gathering it and putting the report on.
Right, but there's nothing. I mean, it's that combination of everything, high level and hard talk.
Yeah.
And say, okay, let's think, what do we need to do?
Let's really use the diversity, the brain power, the what we have in the room.
Solve these issues. Yeah. I mean, but that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what a little bit we missed this time, but for certain reasons. That's, I mean, we knew what we were trying to do. All good learning. I mean, having said that, participation and the number of people still here on day 5. They haven't gone shopping.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Maybe it's because the markets are in the night. So we have to always come to places where it's night.
Okay, about 5 more minutes. I can see some of the groups putting their stuff up as well. Okay, let's start to finish up. 1 more minute, yeah, well, about 1 or 2 more minutes, and we also have the other question about let's see if there's, maybe you go to the, there's also the second question. No, that's, and then what's the, okay, people are, what's that? Okay, okay, so we'll start over here. Okay, 3 more minutes and then we'll start. Also, for all the youth, just for all the youth staff, we'll meet about the Solutions with Legs campaign and how you can contribute and what you would like to contribute out in the display area right after lunch, okay? Right after the session. So before lunch, 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll go. So youth will meet with me. Is Chi part of the youth yet, or is she over the, are you still youth? Yeah? Huh? Is she still youth group, or is she?
Still, what you can say.
We always have to say she's part of the youth. Okay, well, let's start. It seems like some groups are ready. We're going to go a bit random. Let's start with, are you guys ready? Central Europe? Soon. Oh, your speaker's going. What about Latin America? You guys ready yet? Yeah? Okay, who's going to present? Just again, 2 minutes, because we have a lot to go through, so 2 minutes. Who's going to, in just a quick upper level, what are some of the key points to the 2 questions, okay? Don't need all the details.
Okay. Are we all listening? Okay. For the first question, we think we are facing the challenges related with climate change, mainly the more frequent occurrence of droughts, the water scarcity, and the most promising technology is the forage management, especially rotational grazing, and the land use management with an ecosystemic view. So, with for the second question, we think that GASL can contribute, identifying financial support, especially we think that GASL can do a link with the private sector to give the farmers and producers access to the carbon credit markets and to scale the experience that have shown good results in terms of environment impact and sustainability. Also, we think GASL can create or facilitate dialogue with the policymakers in the countries and develop a communication strategy and a narrative oriented to the consumers to give accurate information about livestock and how we contribute to the nutrition, which is the actual environmental impact of the sector.
Excellent. So kind of solutions around land management, and then GASL, this kind of like, playing the honest broker, bringing people together, dialogue, communication. Great. Are you guys back yet? Do you want to, should we go somewhere else first? Okay. Africa. Say hello, Africa.
Okay, some innovations that could solve the problems we heard in the past 3 days. Alternative growth promoters, or alternative medicines or indigenous medicines to address AMR by limiting the use of antibiotics. Technologies for manure management that produce biogas that can be used for other purposes domestically. Innovative feed technologies that could improve quality, access, and reduce the cost of feed. Innovations for disease control and in vaccine technologies. What GASL could do more effectively? Establishing the regional chapters. I think that's been said a lot here. Offering a knowledge hub that promotes cross-learning across the various stakeholders and within the stakeholder group. And then we really need to expand the stakeholders from the African representatives. We think that we need to see more people from the finance, like AFDB needs to be in the room. We need to see more manufacturers and private sector from Africa. Thank you. Oh, the team can add.
So again, did you want someone want to add something? Okay. No? Okay. So again, technologies, I think also we kind of hear about actually then we also need innovation and access. So how are farmers going to access some of these technologies? And maybe that's the bridge with the private sector. So, and that's what GASL can do. That's great. Let's go East Europe. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Yeah, which, the first one. Can we move back one? Oh, I have the, no, there you go. Is that right?
Yeah, it's Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Basically, what we discussed is that the biotechnology is a key innovation that we can use. For example, artificial insemination is a key role to improve genetics on the farm. Embryo transfer can also increase the genetic progress also on the farms and in general. Sex semen and genetic selection for adaptation to local conditions, because very often we see that the exotic breeds from Europe and from the US are not suitable for the conditions. So it's very important to have genetic selection to increase the longevity of animals and to have a better adaptation to local conditions. Regarding feeding, it's very important, pasture management. There was a study that 95% of the former Soviet Union countries, the pastures are actually degraded. So rotational grazing and pasture management, and also the use of satellite imaging and also drone technologies can also help to improve pastures. Balanced ration and silage production is also a key player to improve feeding on the farm, not only on large farms but also on smallholder farms, to use technologies which are good and existing practices but still not introduced in this region. And the third one is the information and communications technologies, which can also lead to great improvements on the farms, also on small and large scale. It can increase basically the access to extension services, so technology, knowledge and technology transfer can be enhanced through that. Analytical tools and different sampling methods can also be helpful to make better informed decisions on farm. And also I think what is very important, and we don't really talk about it, is record keeping on the farm. Many smallholder farms don't keep any records, but with these new information and communications technologies, they can get access to it. And also on large farms, very often herd management is not based on proper up-to-date systems that are available on the market. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. Was there anything in the GASL? Yeah? Yeah.
Thank you. The multi-stakeholder approach employed by GASL is actually something which no one else can offer for the livestock sector. And as we know, over last more than a dozen of years, it served very well stakeholders globally. Then we moved to the regions. For example, in our region, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, we already had 3 regional meetings, and it also served stakeholders very well. But each time when I'm traveling to countries, usually I travel to Central Asian countries, I see a need for improved communication, and I see a need for neutral platform for decision making for stakeholders inside the countries. I see every time that even stakeholders from the same cluster, same group, for example, like ministries of agriculture and environment, if they are separate in the country, they don't communicate with each other. Very often in many countries, governments don't communicate with civil society, especially if civil society organizations have opposing views on some important topic. There is often lack of communication, especially between civil society and business, private sector. So a lot of challenges in terms of cooperation, communication, and common decision making. There is a great opportunity for GASL now to go to national level, because GASL is needed not only on the global level. In addition to GASL, we need many nozzles, national agendas for sustainable livestock in each country. That would first eliminate many potential conflicts, and that would improve decision-making process, and that would basically facilitate the development of livestock in a sustainable way. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay. So even getting down and bringing people together again. Do we have Southeast Asia? You ready? Yes. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm representing from Southeast Asia. My name is Ratana from Cambodia. The group discussed about what innovation can be harmless to solve some of the challenges that we learned from this 4 year. And our group, 4 days, so sorry. We come up with like multi-stakeholder collaborations. Like we have mentioned this 4 days a lot. So for example, one held forum, other forum that related to the topic that we can solve this together. We come up with the table and talk and solve. And the second thing that is feed self-sufficiency for the country or the regions. For example, circulate pastoral system, irrigate, integrate farm systems, landscape protection, soil fertilization, water, like that. Like I visit the research center on the second day, they did a very good job on protection the ecosystem. Third is capacity building in all sectors, from political until the farmers, researchers, for example, like us. And fourth is cooperative, similarity structure or common interest group, market access, or social media or online marketing. Like we need to make some cooperative so that people can exchange the idea or knowledge through what is changed and what can be protected. Yeah, I move to the second question. What innovation could be GASL do to be more effective at global level or in the regions? Regarding the, I move to, we mentioned about strengthen the communication. Yes, like we did today, these 4 days. Strengthen our collaboration, make friends, or I'm too young, but we can say that friend of, on behalf of institution. And we should have a knowledge platform, even online or any mean of knowledge sharing to share to all stakeholders. And additional language, some of our colleagues want some language through this platform, like into Chinese language, into Hindi or to other that can be accessible to our grassroots or stakeholders. And one more thing is create a stronger language between networking. Yes, we have network, but we need to be strengthening and stronger between GASL member and make more colleagues to enter this. And organizing and organization between organization as well, and also private sectors to be included in this GASL. And one thing that our team at is engage more youth to the GASL. Like we see today, we have some youth, but not all. It doesn't mean we forget about old people. Youth have some idea, but old people have strengthened the youth idea to replace them in the future. Yes. No, I mean not forget the old, but the old are very important to teach the young people. And one more thing is to increase visibility to young entrepreneurs and farmers. Yeah. For example, what we did today, this 4 days, what the achievement this meeting and conference, how can we share to the public audience and make it usable? And one more thing is assess the voice for traditional knowledge. Actually, some of our team, some of the country in our team have that original tradition that very useful, but not really mentioned here and or limit of time to mention in this GASL. So make sure that we can raise it up next time. Thank you very much.
A lot of strong things, and we won't put the old people in the museum yet, but they need to let go of power. Yeah. Where do we go next? Maybe to South Asia?
Okay. No, go the previous one, okay. Can I? Okay. Yes. Okay. Our group find three innovation that can be useful for our region. And the first one is the approaches for research on GHG, greenhouse gas emission parameters, because in our region, the research, the data, especially on the climate change parameters, are very poor, so that this innovation would be very helpful to the region. And another innovation is the One Health approach is also practicing, but there is a lack of linking to the climate change and the NDC parameters. So if we able to make an innovation that One Health approach to link with the climate change and the NDC parameter would be useful. And the third one is the region has a very special species of the livestock, and there is a special system of the growing livestock, so that the payment for the ecosystem for the species not neglected, but it is important but not much prioritized by the government. That species should get the payment for raising. This is another three innovation we found out. And what the GASL can support for the region is that, or in the global, I think the making the library of the resource persons and resources and informations, and then also make the available of the climate smart technology for the region. These are the our recommendation, and my colleague want to add some points. Okay, yeah.
One more about the models for linking livestock, the livestock department to the NDC environment ministry's good approaches, so that the data from the NDC was reflected what was actually happening in the livestock sector. Some kind of models from discussions within here.
Okay, again, learning from one region to the other region. Okay, Western Europe.
We have looked at the policies, and we came to the conclusion that the innovative policies trigger change. And more these policies nowadays are actually consumer driven. And we have three examples: animal health and welfare, Europe, and also national ones. Food safety, climate change, and environment. They all are European policies, but many countries also have such policies. So they are innovative. And when we talk to GASL, GASL is an institutional and social innovation by itself. And now I think it's time to decentralize GASL. I think I've heard that before. Take GASL to regional and national levels, but not forgetting the global perspective, because we can learn from each other as we have done this week. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Very brief. Central Asia.
Thank you very much. For first question, contribution and advocacy on recognition, the pastoralist territories of life to very improve their livelihood and their livestock system. That's very important for us. And for the second question,
the training course for identification of GMO products and obligatory regulation on labeling GMOs, products of livestock. And the second question is developing niche markets and value chain for products derived from locally adapted breeds to increase the income and livelihood opportunities for pastoralists, as well as to create incentive to conserve and improve their breeds. That's all.
Okay. Really, again, focused on pastoralism again and helping to promote that. Okay, excellent. Oceana.
Thank you very much. If we can just scroll to the top of that screen. Thank you. So our number one innovation was to progress the remote monitoring of soil carbon levels and the changes in those soil carbon levels to assist with the challenges and impacts we've heard around climate adaptation, water scarcity and retention, and also farm management planning. And then I answered number 2 on the same page, so that's all good. That GASL could work and influence with the finance and policy area to allow for greater innovation. That can be seen as some barriers in our region, and undertake cross-regional demonstration to assist with innovation and policy. So working with the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef, the International Dairy Framework, and all the other wonderful acronyms that are listed, and also to initiate and increase engagement with our Pacific nations. So Oceania is here, but it's only Australia and New Zealand at the moment. So we need a bit of assistance to engage those smaller nations as well. Thank you.
Anything from the GASL side? Okay, that was it. Okay, great. Excellent. Final group, North America.
Thank you. Yeah, mainly what we talked about, and maybe we took a bit of a different approach than other regions, was that we said that in the North American region we have a lot of innovation, a lot of research, a lot of knowledge already available, and the barrier that we're seeing is getting that information to producers. So the knowledge translation and transfer piece. So, you know, we talked about some of the solutions that could potentially work towards that, and we talked about, you know, farmer-to-farmer learning, different online forums where people, you know, are posting about their challenges, talking to other farmers regionally or globally about these issues. And then in Canada, like a solution like the Living Labs, where research is happening on farm, farmers are learning from other farmers, and they're seeing tangible results. And for question 2, what kind of action we would want to see out of GASL, we talked potentially about like tangible results out of the GASL meetings, so maybe workshops or skill building exercises or sessions that the stakeholders who come here can take home to their different countries. Focus this on, you know, a general theme of the MSP or of the day, so like on extension or on transfer, on data management. Maybe in 2026, for example, we talked about the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. So, you know, have an expert come in and explain what it is and how it works and how us as a group can contribute to that. So global training and knowledge. And then just an increased presence of GASL. Lots of us, for instance, you know, 2 years ago I didn't even know about GASL, and now I've been here twice. It's a great multi-stakeholder partnership, but it needs to be, you know, people need to be aware of it because we're doing good work. And that's it.
Excellent. Great job, everybody. I think we got a lot of really great information and a lot of great ideas here, how you can also take things forward as well as GASL kind of in the future. So that's great. We just, let's see, what's the next one? There we go. Yeah, just to get everybody to start to think about, we're slowly winding down, what did this mean for you as well? So we talk about a lot of, okay, what can GASL do, or what can others do, or what solutions we have. But what did you take away from this? and what will you carry forward? Okay? We've heard a lot about, people actually carrying forward GASL and taking ideas forward, and that's one of the big kind of intangible values of these types of meetings, is that you meet somebody, you make a contact, you get a new idea, and you take it forward. And we've heard a couple of those stories. It would be good to hear. What did you get out of the meeting today? What messages did you take away? 1 or 2 messages, and how will you carry that forward? We'll use the Menti here as well. So. Take a minute to think. You don't have to rush to write. Mm-hmm. It's only We have the Menti kind of placed around, so just you can go to download the app or use your computer. Just go to menti.com. Just good to see some network building. Let's also be a bit specific. What's an action that you'll take home from that network building? Who did you meet? Did you meet somebody that you're actually going to follow up with? So let's hear some specific areas. Okay, getting a lot of contacts. Aspirational. Maybe scroll down a bit. A lot of calls for the decentralization of GASL, which is interesting. Meeting a new demand. Could we scroll down just a little bit? Yeah, there we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's a lot more. Study tours got some stuff. Study tours people learn from. The biofuel. Yeah. Technology is a key driver. Mm-hmm. Great, so we're getting a lot here. There's a lot about strong networking, individual future collaboration, the youth. Nice, we have got a call to action for AUI Bar. Are you guys ready, AUI Bar? Yes? Great. Let's see. Anything else? Excellent. I know we're going up on time. We have one more question. What is one action that GASL needs to do at the global or regional level in the next year? So very specific. In the next year, what can GASL do, either in your region or at the global level? Very specific action. One action from each person. Communicate. There we go. Nice. Implement a mentorship program. So transferring that knowledge. Don't retire with your knowledge, but bring it down to transfer it to a younger professional. Start establishing regional chapters. Facilitate knowledge sharing. Okay. More of the, I know a lot of people like the webinars that GASL provides, which are quite good. Maybe they can be brought down to the national or the continental level. Awareness campaigns. Okay. Regional chapters. We've talked about that, I think. Can we go down a little bit? Is there any more? Here we go. Webinars. Policy decision makers. So again, using its convening power to bring people together. Indigenous knowledge. Something that we don't talk about is the decolonization of knowledge. Whose knowledge counts? So that's also important. Okay. Just a few more, maybe go down a little bit more. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, excellent. The 12 livestock roundtables, how can they be connected? Systems of agroecology, linking into the agroecology movements. Excellent. So again, a lot of stuff about the national level and improving communications. So that's a big thing to take away, the communications. Okay, everybody, I'd like to thank everybody. Let's give everybody a round of applause. A really nice session. Really good to see all the energy of people talking and working together. So with that, I'll hand it over to Shirley.
Thanks very much, Michael. But this session was about innovation, and I think the first innovation is the way the session got organized. So huge thanks to Michael, but also to all the people you'll see listed on the program who were going to be in panels and said, okay, no, we're ready to try and do this differently. So I think that's really good, and much credit to all. I'm by no way going to try and bring together all the wonderful ideas and inputs that we've got from this session. We've obviously collected those and we'll put them together as we go forward. So we've first of all seen innovation in action. The other point, and I go right back to the keynote at the beginning, relates to what we started talking about yesterday, about change. And I think one of the comments I heard very early on was that innovation is integral to change. And we've really seen a lot of discussion, really good stuff about innovation, which tells me we're positioned well for change. It also struck me that as we talked about innovation as a driver, there was a lot of diversity in what that meant to people. In some cases, it was sort of drivers we know, the things we're comfortable with, familiar with, whatever it might be. In some cases, it was drivers, well, we think we know, but we're not quite sure. And of course, we didn't, because we couldn't, talk about those drivers that we don't yet know. But maybe talking about innovations helps us to be ready to respond when unexpected drivers do come. I thought it was important to note, and we heard it from several groups, that innovations can be real opportunities, lots of things that we can get hold of to change, to transform, to become more sustainable, but they can be threats if those innovations can't be accessed, can't be used, they're unaffordable or whatever it might be. So something to think about there. What else did I have here? I think as those who are involved in the GASL Action networks and the leaders in particular of those networks will want to have a good look at what came out of this session and to say, what did we hear here that could perhaps feed into what we're doing as an action network. And then when we talk about GASL and what should GASL be doing, lots around communication, outward-facing communication, being an honest broker, but also the facilitation of internal communication, the regional chapters, engaging with policymakers and investors, country-level MSPs, and it seemed to me that we need to think about how do we have this level of communication and engagement that we've shared during this week when we're not in this room and we're not in the same country or the same anything. And so how can we facilitate this being an ongoing conversation rather than a one-off conversation? And finally, as we looked at these lists of what should GASL do, whether it's one thing or many things, the conclusion was what GASL really needs to do is to clone Eduardo by about 10 times. So with that, so that's my summary. You would have seen perhaps on the agenda that there's to be an evaluation of the meeting. And in order for this to happen, you're going to have to scan a QR code, and you will find that QR code on the tables after lunch. You will receive it by email, and it will be at the registration desk. So we encourage everybody to scan the code, fill up the answers so that we get a good evaluation and can try and improve for subsequent meetings. We will have an hour or so closing session after lunch, then a tea break, and that'll be followed by the guiding group. Members and observers of the guiding group will be in this part. I think the room will get divided for that section. So with that, I think I wish everybody a good lunch, continue the conversations, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Michael, please.
Two announcement. Western Europe, they're going to be doing a photo shoot outside. I think they're the last region to do it. So please do that. And then, again, the youth, we can just meet right here. So whoever wants to join me about the Solutions with Legs campaign, it could be, doesn't have to only be the youth, but I'd like to talk to some of the youth volunteers to see how we can activate the campaign and how people want to get involved.
Okay, I have some announcements from translator teams. For participants who will not be in this meeting this afternoon, please return your translator's handsets now before going to lunch, because the supplier is
Now is around noon. For tomorrow, if you are going back, the airport transfer on your departure, please contact and inform the hotel front counter about the time that you would like to leave. For domestic route from Chiang Mai to Bangkok, please arrive at the airport 1 hour ahead of your flight time. For international route, please arrive airport 2 hours ahead of your flight time. It takes about 15 to 30 minutes to the airport, depends on the traffic jam in that hour. Especially in the evening, it's quite traffic jam in Chiang Mai, but in the daytime, it's not traffic. Okay, Sherry.
It's me next. I need to go there because I have to hold my computer. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're nearly there. What a week, eh? It has really been, and one of the things is I've been so impressed and encouraged by the buzz in this room that has not stopped for the whole week. It's amazing, even after 5 very packed days. So I really hope that for each one of you, in so many different ways, this meeting has met but also exceeded your expectations. It tells me as well that beyond anything we might have in formal notes and sessions and reports and so on, there are many conclusions and follow-ups that each one of you is taking back with you. And we saw some of them on the Menti this morning. And that's really great, because that is part of what GASL is all about, facilitating these connections that lead to new ideas and new actions. So I also want to encourage you to keep sharing with us what you're taking away. Tell your colleagues, your constituencies, and what you'll do differently. Hopefully, we'll find a way to make that happen so that we can, in a sense, continue this conversation even when we're not all in the room, as we said earlier. I think the diversity and richness of the meeting make it, at this stage certainly, virtually impossible to draw any conclusions that would be substantive and all-encompassing. So I'm going to use a few minutes, I think it says 10 on the program, but I don't think it's going to be that long, to share a few thoughts that I've been assembling during the course of the week. First of all, I wanted to recall our ambition, not just at the start of this week, but at the start of this, we could call it journey, a few months ago or so, where we had webinars on drivers, we had regional consultations. And that ambition was to get a better understanding of the drivers, the forces that impact livestock systems, what they look like in different regions, and how as a livestock community, and using the diverse multi-stakeholder nature of GASL, we might be positioned to respond or to change. And to respond in ways that foster greater resilience and sustainability, both of livestock systems, but also of food systems and development outcomes more broadly. And of course, as we've discussed several times this week, a key element of responding better is change, being ready and able to change. And hopefully this week has helped us all on that journey. I tried to pick out a few key themes or issues that stood out for me, and I hope they help us as we do move forward on the journey. If we think about drivers, it seems we certainly identified, for a start, 4 sort of areas of drivers. And what we've learned, I think, during the week is that there are multiple drivers and that they're all connected. But one of the things that struck, I think, many of us is that climate change seems to touch everything else. There's also a greater awareness that we don't have to wait for drivers to have an impact on livestock systems. We must be proactive, changing and ready to change. And we've had lots of discussion and emphasis on the diversity of impacts and responses to drivers. It looks extremely different around the world in different livestock systems and so on. And finally, under the heading of drivers, I think we need to consider opportunity as a driver as we go forward, multiple opportunities. A second area that for me came out very strongly was connections. Lots of different dimensions when we talk about connections across ministries, finance, infrastructure, environment, health, nutrition, well-being, and so on. Across all types of stakeholders. We've had times when we've heard people say, well, what about the farmers? What about the pastoralists? What about the business people, consumers, and so on? Better connection between food and animals. In some places you say livestock, and it's a piece of meat in the supermarket or a bottle on the shelf. In others you say livestock, and it means many, many different things, multifunctional. And better connections across all those dimensions of sustainability. We've recognized that we need to make sure that the entire spectrum of diversity is included and represented in an integral way in whatever we do. Youth, gender, all shapes and sizes of private sector, and so on. And I think we've also mentioned quite a lot about communication and the role of GASL and how can we strengthen that and do so much better in that area. Within the livestock community, ourselves, of course, and beyond, finding better opportunities for knowledge exchange, continuing this conversation outside the room and outside the livestock sector, sharing balanced and nuanced messages about the roles of livestock while acknowledging the need for change towards greater sustainability. And opportunities to learn, capacity development or building in multiple shapes and forms and flowing in many directions, something that many of us can support each other, both with expressing needs as well as providing for some of those opportunities. One of the other changes to embrace, I think, is the whole ecosystem of livestock-related initiatives. When GASL started, as we heard yesterday, there was nothing else. Now we have the subcommittee and the FAO Sustainable Livestock Transformation Initiative. A fantastic opportunity because we have more energy, commitment, and focus on livestock than ever before. So we'll be continuing to work to ensure that the roles and synergies of these pieces is clearly articulated so that we really make the whole greater than the sum of its parts. I was thinking about this, and it seemed to me that we've almost got a kind of, well, one of those circular economies perhaps here, where we have FAO and the subcommittee providing an important interface with the public sector, identifying challenges, demands, drivers. GASL providing a multi-stakeholder environment to explore those and explore the solutions that are needed, which might then go back to regional or even country-level consultations with governments, again, public sector, but again, requiring multi-stakeholder dimensions when it comes to implementation and action. It's definitely a non-linear process and one that we need to work through much more as well, but great opportunity, I think. I know the task that we have as well is getting the balance between this multi-stakeholder process that facilitates dialogue, consensus, engagement, all the things we've been doing here, but also what leads to action. What does GASL do to make sure that others are able to take action versus what does GASL do in terms of action itself? It's a bit of a mixture of GASL supporting getting things done in new and changed ways towards greater livestock sustainability, not necessarily GASL doing everything in terms of the action in that sense. So let us see drivers or forces as opportunities. Let us embrace change and harness diversity. As a guiding group, the steering committee of GASL will be working through many of these issues in the coming months as we work to shape GASL's future. And we'll start that process at our meeting shortly this afternoon. Let me conclude with thanks, and I relayed some of these last evening, but I'd like again to recognize the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, Department of Livestock Development, Chiang Mai University, the FAO Regional Office, the Agenda Support Team, Eduardo Lavinia, and also Dede, who's not with us, but I'm sure many of you came across her in an email telling you about some arrangements. Also the FAO headquarters and Thanawat and his team, to Fritz and Henning, who've been advising and supporting us. Let me also recognize the hotel team who've done amazing jobs turning this room around, and we come and turn it upside down again. They've done a great job. Thank you, IT folks. Everything's been incredibly smooth there. And thank you to the interpreters. Please join me in thanking all these colleagues. And of course, to all of you who prepared, who traveled, and who shared in so many different ways, whether one-on-one conversations or you were up here giving a presentation or whatever it might have been. I'd like to wish everybody a safe and smooth journey, whether it's short or incredibly long and everything in between. And please do stay in touch, and we'll do our best equally to stay in touch with you. Let me now invite Jean-Jacques, who would like to give a few comments on behalf of WOA, and then we'll hear from the FAO regional team and from Chiang Mai University. But Jean-Jacques, you want to come here? There's a microphone just next door there.
Thank you, Shirley, for giving me the floor. I would like first to warmly thank the Thai authorities and the city of Chiang Mai for their invitation to host our meeting. I also congratulate the Chiang Mai University for its support, and our chair, Shirley, the NSA director, Thanawat, and the GASL manager, Eduardo, for the tremendous work done with the respective teams in organizing this MSP 30 meeting. The World Organization for Animal Health, the WOHA, founded at the OIE, works in partnership with FAO since the very beginning of its establishment more than 70 years ago. Our link is ancient and strong. This common and rich story gives us a particular status mutually. Today, we reaffirm our involvement in favor of sustainable livestock as a topic at the top of the international agenda and according to our mandate on animal health and welfare. In line with our participation in the United Nations Food System Summit, in the first session of the FAO Subcommittee on Livestock, and in the FAO Global Conference on Sustainable Livestock Transformation last month in Rome, we are attentive to the institutional landscape that will emerge at FAO in the coming months, coordinating the different initiatives and structures. We remain committed to participating in the FAO processes and working groups addressing animal health and welfare, to better align our policies and coordinate our respective work in the best interest of our members and of their farmers and pastoralists. Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you. Let me now invite Scott Newman to come and say a few words on behalf of the FAO Regional Office.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We've made it. We're just about done. I think Shirley's remarks really were extremely inclusive, and I don't want to take too much of your time. We certainly share the gratitude for everybody here. I think, the convening power of GASL is phenomenal, and that is really one of the big strengths. But, bringing people together is one thing, but having the opportunity to connect with each other is our own opportunity. And I just want to congratulate everyone in this room for what really feels like almost like a family environment. And so please, everyone, I want to ask you to give yourselves a big round of applause. I think, the technical subject matter and the things that we're addressing professionally are very important, and they're very close to our hearts and our passion. But the informal and opportunities that we have on field trips or over dinner or even in the coffee breaks, these are what make meetings memorable and really help us connect and get work done in the future. So I know on our behalf, we're really grateful for the opportunity to meet all of you, many of you for the first time, some of you old friends. And I think we've rekindled old friendships, but also created new ones. And I think that this is really the key to our success. In an official capacity, on behalf of FAO, I'd like to thank the Department of Livestock Development here in Thailand, Chiang Mai University, the GASL team, as well as the FAO team that both is out of headquarters and our regional office. I think we all really recognize the importance of transforming livestock systems. And we've had a lot of good discussion and exchange of information, but the success and the way that we will be judged is not about what we talk about. It's about the actions that we're able to implement at field level. And this is collectively what we all need to move towards, is how do we take all of this discussion and put it into action on the ground, particularly at country level and not at central government only level, but actually down at field level. So the people who are producing, the people who are the pastoralists, the local communities who rely on livelihoods and subsistence from this area of work. These are all the people that need to take action, and collectively we need to move in the right direction. I think also the other big challenge that we recognize is that we need to change the storyline. I know that we believe that our livestock work is part of the solution, but I'm not sure the general public is there with us yet. And this is one of our challenges. And whether we like it or not, whether we think it's fair or not, whether we think the right science is being used or not, it doesn't matter, because it is a perception that exists and continues to exist. So part of our challenge as a community, and I think something for the GASL management to really think about, is how do we change that storyline? What do we need to do to have our programming and our work and our dedication be part of the solution instead of being identified as one of the big challenges? From an FAO standpoint, we, as you know, we have our Sustainable Livestock Transformation Initiative, and we have our Livestock Subcommittee, and perhaps in between the gala last night, you might have seen one slide that Tanawat showed that was a sort of an organogram, which is really the restructuring of what he's trying to do with our animal health and production program back at FAO headquarters. And if you were able to understand it and look at it, what you see is that there's really a huge amount of enthusiasm on his behalf and on behalf of headquarters to move things in the right direction. I also note that, at the Sustainable Livestock Transformation event back in Rome, FAO's Director General made opening remarks at the beginning and made closing remarks at the end. For me, I've been with FAO almost 20 years. I've not seen a Director General do a livestock event at the beginning and at the end. And we also had Deputy Director General Semedo also part of the event. So in my mind, FAO certainly has a very significant traction on livestock issues and at the highest level. There is attention and focus now for us to move forward. So it's a great time for us as FAO to really be able to make a difference and continue to move and support everybody and countries in this initiative and these initiatives. So with that, I just want to thank you once again, and I look forward to our getting together at the next GASL event, and it's really been a pleasure for me, and I know our team who worked very hard to help enable this to be a good event. They very much appreciated the flowers last night. They've appreciated the appreciation from all of you who have shared thank you with them. So all of that is great and well received, and I wish you a safe trip home. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Scott. I think Fon for the Chiang Mai University now, please.
Thank you, Sherry. Hello, everyone. On behalf of Chiang Mai University organizing teams, I would like to express my deep appreciation to you all. Thank you for your active participation. Thank you for FAO and GASL, Sherry and Thanawat for entrusting us CMU with the opportunity to collaborate as the partnership and organizing team for this event. I'm really proud that CMU are one part that make this event happen. This meeting holds a great significance to address for drivers that strengthen the sustainability of livestock system. I hope that the knowledge and discussion during this week from all of you have the potential to drive the positive change to this world. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Chiang Mai University, are always open to welcome back all of you. Let's stay in touch and continue working together. I would like to acknowledge our strong teamwork during the last 2 and 3 months past. Thank you, people from FAO and GASL, Sherry, Thanawat, Eldorado, Lavinia, Punapon, Scott, Fish, and Michael, Jinapat, Ganyarat, and Benjarat, and all others that I didn't name them. For the last express, I would like to special thank to CMU staff. Without their support, this meeting in Chiang Mai would not have been happened. So thank you for Jalat Care, Bang Boom, Nong Nam and Phi Nam, and the PR team, translator team, IT team. Please help me to give the big hand to all of them in the back of the room, this room, and the side of this room. Yeah. Thank you all, and we look forward to see you at the future event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fon. Those were the official remarks. As Jean-Jacques made a statement, if anybody else would like to say anything at this point, as we have a little time, you're welcome to do so. But I also realize people are tired. You might want to go shopping, and we will have a guiding group meeting still. But just to give an opportunity. It looks like not. We've had enough speeches. Yes, please, Dr. Huyam.
Thank you, Shirley. It's just informal statement to express as AUI Bar our gratitude for the invitation to be part of this GASL. My colleague here, Sarah, she is the focal point for GASL Africa, and I think coming to this platform is very inspiring and give us a lot of, let us say, enthusiasm to go back and think about what Africa will do in its chapter. and how to move forward and to make benefit from all the networks that we managed to build during this 5 days. So thank you for all the organizers, thank you for GASL, thank you Shirley, and thank you for all the experts behind this great platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we'll close here. I'm not sure if we get tea earlier, and I think we have to still start the guiding group at 3:30 because we have colleagues joining us online, but also they need to rearrange the room. So even if you're in the guiding group, you can't leave your stuff here because it's all going to get rearranged. So with that, thank you so much again and have great journeys back. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last announcement. Everyone, please return your translation headsets now because the supplier is leaving at 4 p.m. today. Thank you. We still have the coffee break outside. You can grab the coffee outside.